Good morning, members. Welcome to our committee meeting, Public Service and Administration. Let me take this opportunity to welcome everybody for attending this portfolio committee meeting. And also a special word of welcome to acting DG from the DPSA, as well as representatives from the SIU. Welcome, sir. And I'm sure we will have an introduction from yourself when the time is right, and you do your assessment. Members, before we move on, I'd first like to just address the agenda. Members have been furnished with a physical copy of the agenda itself. You will see that it gives us a starting time of 10 o'clock and an end time of 1 o'clock. We have two presentations today on our agenda. The one is from the SIU, an assessment of existing guidelines and advisory services on how the government can strengthen lifestyle audits. This is obviously a vital piece of oversight which we need to understand as our committee, and we are really glad for the SIU for taking the time to be here today. Members, we also have the comprehensive monitoring report on the agenda for the implementation of the guidelines of the lifestyle audits. Members, it is scheduled for just over an hour, from 10 past 10 until 11:20, two presentations in a row, both on the same subject, and then we have suitable time after that to do deliberations. Today, seeing that we do have some time, I'm going to try and not limit members in terms of their time, unless I see we run out of time. So I would still like to ask members to be concise and manage their time appropriately. But I do think we have planned that we do have more than enough time for members to deliberate constructively. So with that, members, you have the agenda in front of you. Can I please see any hands for the adoption of the agenda? Honorable Kaba.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you, Chair, and honorable members, SIU and the department. Chairperson, I rise to adopt the agenda. I also ask about the time. How many minutes will be giving us as members? Thank you, Chair. I adopt the agenda.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kaba. I will just answer that question after we've adopted the agenda. Can I have a seconder for the adoption of the Honorable Pulwane?
Morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members, our support staff, our visitors. After the introduction, I will know the DTG. We know you. Morning. I second the move of the agenda for today's meeting, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. Members, with that, the agenda has been duly adopted, and we say thank you for your support. Honourable Kaba, just to answer your question, I will try and see that if members go over 5 minutes, then I will just ask them to please move towards conclusion. And we will manage our time that way. I think we've seen in the past that 5 minutes is a fair time for members to ask their questions and make their remarks. And as always, if we use our time wisely, at the end I will give members an opportunity for second bites at the cherry to do some additional questions as well. Members, that brings us to the next point on the agenda, apologies. We have received apologies from Honorable Ndamase, as well as Honorable Letlape and Honorable Nkunu. We've also received an apology from the Minister, as well as the Deputy Minister of Justice, who is also in Constitutional Development, who was also invited to this meeting. And we have received word that the Deputy Minister Kakana is on her way, and that she will be joining us in this sitting as well. So we should be seeing her shortly. Members, apart from that, is there any other apologies which I need to note? I don't see any hands, so with those apologies noted, thank you very much. which moves us on, members, to point number 3 on our agenda. The first presentation, as I said, is an assessment of existing guidelines and advisory services on how the government can strengthen lifestyle audits in the public service and in the service by the Special Investigation Unit. Members, strengthening lifestyle audits is critical to advancing integrity, accountability, and good governance within the public administration of our country. And as an anti-corruption tool, lifestyle audits enable the state to detect discrepancies between public officials' declared income and their actual standard of living, thereby exposing potential illicit enrichment and unethical conduct. As we are watching the proceedings of the Matlanga Commission and the ad hoc committee, there are highlights of government weaknesses that makes the lifestyle audits in public administration a very important reform tool. And the Commission into state capture further revealed patterns of officials living far beyond their known income. So strengthening the department guidelines on lifestyle audits is absolutely essential, especially where weaknesses exist in the current policy framework. Insights linked to inquiries such as the Matlanga Commission reinforce the urgencies of tightening these measures to improve accountability and to combat corruption in the public sector. There must be consequences for wrongdoing, members. Therefore, the purpose of convening the meeting between the department and the SIU, the Special Investigating Unit, is to ensure that existing loopholes in the guidelines are addressed and strengthened followed today's engagement. With that, I gladly hand over to the SIU for their presentation. Thank you and welcome, sir.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, acting DG, official from the DPSA, and everybody present. My name is Leonard Lekheto, and I'm the acting head of SIU. And with me is my colleague, he's on his way coming, is Tulani Mkungu. He's the chief risk officer. He's the one who's supposed to have come. Actually, he's the one responsible for conducting lifestyle audit at the SIU. So he will come. To start with, or day is he coming? He can come. He came at the right time. Honorable Chair, let me take this opportunity to thank the committee for inviting us. And like you have indicated, this is a very important aspect, and we view it very, very important within our work. So in terms of the presentation, I will do some part, then I'll hand over to Mr. Mkungu to finish some of the other part. That's the outline of the presentation. So I'm not going to go through it so as to save time. But to start with, we thought let's explain what is the SIU so that at least as we go through the details, at least the committee can able to follow what the SIU is all about. We derive our powers or a mandate from the Constitution and also from our legislation, primarily the special investigating units and special tribunal. So when we do our work, these are some of the legislation that we consider. The next slide talks about the legislative mandate. What is it that empower the SIU? What is it that we can do? You'll see there the major function is to investigate corruption, malpractice, and maladministration in the state institution, and also to institute civil proceeding. So those are the key. Civil proceeding is within our mandate, where we are able to go to court. If there's any contract which has been entered into irregularly, we do have the mandate to go to court so that we can go and cancel the contract. And secondly, we do have the mandate to second members to the state institution. I think this is very important aspect. I think it will come over as we'll be explaining our process of conducting the lifestyle audit as we go on. And in terms of the power, we do have the power to subpoena and to do search and seizure and to interrogate witness under oath. And also, like indicated, we do have power to institute civil litigation to recover state funds lost and also to prevent future losses. Out of the mandate, We don't have the power to prosecute or to arrest. We don't have the power to implement disciplinary action. But in our investigation, we do refer disciplinary action to the state institution. And what we do, we work closely with departments, relevant department or agency, where our powers fell short so that we can able to assist them. For example, if we investigate, we refer disciplinary, we refer blacklisting. So we support all those departments so that we can see consequence management being implemented out of our work. Next slide, it just shows the ecosystem of fighting corruption in South Africa. You'll see at the top, we've got prosecution, where that function lies with NPA. Then if you go to your left, those are the investigation bodies where you've got SIU, ID, Hawks, IPIT, and all of them. They do have the mandate for doing investigation. Then if you go to the extreme right, you see the recovery, where under the recovery, SIU can do the recovery, NPA can do the recovery, SARS can do the recovery, and I think the South African Reserve Bank also can also do the recovery. But the most focus is the one underneath, within that same block, where it says prevention. That's the part where we're saying it's really uncoordinated, where there isn't any single department that is responsible for prevention. As a result, the SIU has placed itself to able to drive that part, because we have realized that conducting investigation is quite expensive, and it's also always better to cure than, to prevent than to cure. So that's what we are pushing as we speak now. And you'll see that out of that uncoordinated, disintegrated, there's a line that goes across where it says National Corruption Risk Prevention Framework. So we have developed this framework, and currently the framework is going through government approval processes where we have taken it for consultation. So we have done with the consultation. Yesterday we are presenting it to the DEFCOM. From there it's going to go to the DG of Justice Cluster. From there it's going to go to the Minister's Justice Cluster. Then it's just going to go through until it gets approved, that framework. And in that framework, we'll talk about it, what is it that it comes in. But you can see that it features lifestyle analysis there. That's where we really coming into place in terms of lifestyle audit. And also over and above that, we have also adopted another approach where we're looking at sector approach in terms of dealing corruption. We have Health Sector Anti-Corruption Forum, where we get all the role players together to able to come together and fight corruption, because we have realized that fighting corruption is not only the role of law enforcement, it's everybody's responsibility. So once you get the public to participate, you get civil society, you get everybody, we will able to win this war, because we know the people that are doing corruption, they stay within our street. So if you involve everybody, it's very easy for people to bring in information, and therefore you are able to deal with corruption. So in terms of the National Anti-Corruption Strategy, what happened is that we have developed the strategy. I think it was in 2020, where the strategy it was monitored by the anti-corruption task team. We used to call it anti-corruption task team. I think for now it's called the NPOCO, National Priority Crime Operations, whereby out of that they tasked the SIU to lead this portion of developing the National Corruption Risk Management and Prevention Framework. That's the one that I was talking about. And in terms of this framework, we are looking at integrity checks, where we are developing some of the models on how to do the integrity checks, and also the lifestyle audit, the vetting, risk assessment, and data analytics and modeling. So these are the aspects that comes with the framework, where we are suggesting that this is how we can able to prevent corruption from happening. So this is the process that is currently underway. And once the framework is adopted, I think it will be implemented throughout government. Then in terms of lifestyle audit, improvement where we make suggestion for the DPSA methodology and guidelines. You can see that we follow the guidelines on implementing lifestyle audit in the public service when we do our own lifestyle audit. However, we have adjusted the SIU to fit the investigative approach that we do, whereby the lifestyle audit, we follow this sequence where we have the lifestyle review. We start with the lifestyle review. After that, we go through to lifestyle audits. And after lifestyle audits, if there are any red flag, then we go through to the lifestyle investigation. So those are the three approach that we follow. We'll come through it to expatiate on it. So it also recommended that DPSA adopt a blanket lifestyle audit proclamation. As you know, that the SIU works according to a proclamation. So, and we know that there are some of the departments that really are resisting to implement lifestyle audit. So the only way we can able to enforce that is when we get a blanket proclamation that will compel those departments to conduct lifestyle audit. And it is going to be easy once we've got the proclamation, because in the proclamation we've got the powers. Then we don't even struggle to get bank records. Currently, we depend on members submitting their bank records. But if we've got a proclamation, we've got a mandate, we can subpoena the banks, we can get all the information that we can able to get. And also the DPSA annual asset declaration form needs to be expanded to include questions that can further shed light in terms of employees' lifestyle. For example, question around the issue of livestock, the issue of land and building in rural areas, and also issue about education institution, foundation and trust, and also to include international travels, bank accounts, investment, cryptocurrency accounts, and offshore accounts. So those are some of the improvements that we say in terms of that form. If we can include that, at least it can enable one to able to assess the affordability or the employee's lifestyle. So that's what we recommend. Also, the department should report all SIU cases that we have recommend. So they must able to report all those cases. As we investigate, we recommend for disciplinary for some of the officials. And as a result, we are saying the department must report those cases to DPSA so that DPSA can able to monitor whether the department are implementing some of those disciplinaries. And also, we're saying the DPSA methodology does not require bank statements, like I indicated, and financial record in order to analyze employee assets and to determine the individual's living, whether it's living beyond or within the means. So it's very important because we know once you get bank accounts, you can easily assess to be able to see that the person is getting so much or there's any money that is getting into their account. So that's another improvement that we are saying. Then we are also saying the SIU Act to be amended so that it can include lifestyle audit. Currently, we do lifestyle audit in terms of proclamation. And the other way, in proclamation, we do it whereby we receive proclamation. As we investigate, we identify the person of interest, where we do the lifestyle in terms of them. But the other way that we are doing it is through secondment, where SIU members get secondment to the department and whereby they are able to exercise the power. But other than that, we are saying so that this thing can be regularized, it must be included in the SIU Act so that we can able to conduct lifestyle audit. And we're also saying the FIC, which is the Financial Intelligence Center Act, must be amended also so that it can able to assist, because for them, they need legal subpoena and all those things for us to be able to access the record. That is currently as we are doing it, because we're doing it under secondment where there isn't any power and we're unable to subpoena for records. So we depend on what members are giving to us. If they don't give us all the accounts, we are unable to see whether did they declare all the accounts. So if there's that portion, it will enable us to be able to conduct the lifestyle audit fully. Then from here, I'll hand over to Mr. Mkungu so that he can take us through the process that we do. We're starting with those 3 stages that I spoke about. Over to you, Mr. Mkungu.
Honorable chairs, honorable members, and the colleagues, good morning. Thank you very much, acting head of the unit. I will take you through, honorable members, on how we conduct lifestyle audit as indicated by the acting head of the SIU. Currently, we have lots of projects we are doing. I will also show you which are completed and which one that we are still busy with, but we are doing them on the secondment agreement based on our acts, because as indicated, that is is 2 ways. It was either proclamation or the department or entity request from SIU assistance, then we assist them through the secondment agreement, but we treat that as a project at the SIU. We do the full project fully by ourselves and then hand over the report and individual reports of those members that are selected by department to undergo lifestyle audits. This slide is indicated earlier by the acting head. We do these phases 1, 2, 3, which the first phase is lifestyle review and the lifestyle audit. These 2, we do it simultaneously so that we can issue the report per person there, which will indicate if a person need a lifestyle investigation or further investigation. So it means the first 2, life review and life audit, they are done simultaneously. Then we issue the report from there, which indicates the red flags that they must take in further. Then how do we do this again now? I want to go into detail now. How do we conduct in detail in the next slide? Yes, for us, we have a commissioned lifestyle audit as a declaration form, which is customary made, but it's developed from the DPSA as a declaration form, but we expanded it to include other questions as indicated earlier, which include like the land and buildings in the rural areas, the livestock, the offshore accounts, the interviewers, and there's a lot of questions, 52 questions at the moment that are tailor-made for lifestyle audit. Then each member that is being selected by department or entity must complete this form in full and then commission it. For us, it's critical that it must be commissioned so that we can able to track and hold a person accountable when you question, when you find discrepancies, so we don't accept an uncommissioned form. This form, when it comes back, must come back with a certified copies of the identity document for the spouse, but this one optional because we are not auditing the spouse at the moment, but is there the question, but we don't enforce. Then marriage certificate is a must, or decree of divorce. Birth certificate for identity documents for children and all dependencies is this one also optional. We don't enforce because we are not auditing the children's, but we will require more on this information if we find any trace during the analysis of the information. Then driver's license, all passport with endorsement, deed of trust. Then the third bullet, which is the critical one, is where we're saying with our colleagues, we've met our colleagues, we're working together with DPSA, even when they were developing the methodology, but this one is where we have differ, where we require for us 3 years bank records or bank statements for each individual that is selected for lifestyle audit, which will be the bank accounts. If we have 6 bank accounts or 10, all of them you must submit to us for the past 3 years from the date the starting lifestyle audit backward. Then mortgage bond on accounts, credit card, or in other credit facilities. Trust accounts where employee is a member of a family trust, also all that. Vehicle finance accounts, investments, cryptocurrency accounts, personal loans, and then audited financial statement for companies where a member is a shareholder or a director. All bank financial statements of those companies for the period of 3 years. Here is when a member or the employee has the outside remuneration work that is being declared and approved by the entity or department. And then that we have your own business, we are operating as an ROAPS, then we must submit those financial statements of that company and also the bank statements as well. Then also indicate the percentage ownership in that company that you are a director or you are the shareholder in. Then how much dividends you have received in the past 3 years as well, if there were dividends. We also require statements for the past 6 months in respect of all hire purchase agreements, general accounts, clothing accounts, administration order, debit review, distribution account. Then for SMS or non-SMS asset declaration register, e-disclosure for all officials that required to undergo lifestyle audit. This one is when we come and sit to the department and go through to the system to see if everyone has declared previously or in that financial year, and then compare with the one that we have issued as a commissioned form if it's all ties up. Then latest salary payslip or advice, then qualification documents as well we also require. Then asset declaration disclosure, as I said, personal employees, human capital, human resource department. This one is when we come or sit in the department and go through the employee file of each individual. We also go through the disciplinary records in the organization and to check if any disciplinaries that are going on that have been or finalized or still on, record of information on disciplinary proceedings, department or entity, lifestyle audit policy if applicable, but the policy is required if it's an entity or an SOE, because we are doing also SOEs and also the entities. But for the government departments, the lifestyle audit policy is not necessary because they are fully under the public service administration. They must follow the circular and the guidelines. Again, gift policy and register, donation policy and register, remunerative work outside the work, the ROAPs. Okay, after now we have collected all this information, what we do now? For the analysis now, we draw this report by ourselves from the system, which is the CIPC for check for person with the ID, also on the CSD as well, and payments made through identified business, ownership of motorbike vehicles via INATIS, ownership of properties via WINDIT, property verification, identity number, passport number, marriage details, spouse and children via Department of Home Affairs. If this one we do only if there's a trace that we pick up during the analysis, then we're able to work with Home Affairs to trace the family trees of the individual. Then salary details via PESAL or the system by the entity, listed annual financial asset disclosure, application grant via South African Securities Agency, which is SASA now. We also look at this one if one is receiving any grant that is supposed not to receive as an employee of the state. Once we have done all this now, we can pour all the information supplied by the auditee against information extracted and received. Now, look at all this information. Then we review all the accounts and perform income versus expenditure analysis for the agreed period of 36 months, which is 3 years. As we have submitted now all your 3 years bank statements or bank records, then analyze them, debit and credit, and look how much we have been receiving, if there's any income that is suspicious to follow up. Then we check the ownership of the vehicle. Paid, is it a vehicle was paid in cash or was paid in a shorter period? Then we look now after we drew the INATIS report. This one you will find, honorable members, that is shocking when we find most people, you find that people have put a large deposit in the vehicle and the vehicle was paid within 2 year or 1 year, a vehicle of the maybe 1 million, 1.5 million. We have those instances. Also same with the property as well, with the bonds. We also go to the WINDIT, we draw the reports. Also we check with the bank records if a person have paid is paying the bond within the agreed time frame with the bank, 20 years, or was paid within a shorter period. How much was paid at the deposit? Is there any money that is coming to the bond, not via the person's bank account, paid by someone else? We also pick up those instances as well. For company or business ownership, we extract a report from CIPC, verify participant status of business interest, and verify the department entity approval granted by the accounting office. We have a lot of the citizens also have identified people who have running business that are giving a lot of money, but they're not declared to the organization, and there's no approval for outside remuneration as well. We review the past 3 years unofficial statements with respect of companies where ODT is a director, a shareholder, including dividends, also put all to that. Review the declared gifts, assets, hospitality, sponsors. Also, we find other people, they have sponsorship, they have taken the overseas, we have some have taken an overseas holiday, but was not, it was paid by the sponsors. We check all that. Review open source data, internet, social media activities on how people is connecting his life. His life is showing off of the lifestyle. Review fingerprints, reports from Criminal Record Center. This one we take fingerprints, we go to the entity or organization with our fingerprint machine, arrange a date, then we take this and then we get the result back from the Criminal Record Center. There's a lot of people that are we picked up as well that have the criminal records that were not declared, which also are linked with their line of duty as well. Verify all red flags and question through email, affidavit, or layered voice analysis or right of reply. So once we completed your audit on your name, then we give you the audit finding. Like if you members, if you know, like HE, when they audit, they give you the audit finding, they must respond in writing. We also do that as well, similar in writing. They must respond within 5 working days with the findings in your name, so that we can consider your response and say if you accept it or not. Thereafter, we compile individual report per person. If there are 200 people in organization to an lifestyle audit, all those people we're going to have 200 reports per person. And then thereafter we compile one overall report for the department as indicated earlier. Okay, and the next one. Then reporting. Now when we report in our report, individuals reports are produced with the red flags or clean reports with no red flags. So now we with the agreed process with the entity is either as an entity, if the report is going to the board or is going to the accounting officer. If it's a department, the report when agreed is it if it's a DG, it means the report for DG will go to the minister, but the below DG, the reports will go to the DG for the lower levels. Also same as well on the entities and also on the SOEs. All red flags are reported to the responsible accounting officer, accounting authority within the agreed process as indicated. The department or entity decision-making body will decide on how to further investigate on red flags. And SIU methodology, we make recommendations on areas of focus for further investigation, what needs to be focused on for the further investigation for that person or individual. Further investigation on red flagged individuals to be approved by accounting officer or accounting authority or executive authority of that organization for further investigation if there are any. So this one is when we indicate now the metrics. One we have each per person report. If we found any of the red flag, it will show like this as a summary. Then below it will be the detailed or the short summary below it. For instance, let's say a person was non-compliant. It means the person did not comply, did not submit the bank records, refused, did not submit any of the documents or the disclosure form that we submit for lifestyle audit, did not submit. It would show as a red flag there as the risk exposure is high because the person did not comply at all. If we found anything that is suspicious or unexplained under financial analysis as well, there's an income that cannot explain that we picked up during analysis of the finance bank statements, it will show there as the red flag. Red flag is high under risk exposure on the financial analysis. If the criminal record, it shows a criminal record as we pick up criminal record, which is a risk to the organization because this criminal record is in the line of duty that was not declared. Directorship as well, if we find it as a directorship of companies outside Mauritian that did not declare in the organization as well, and there's no approval, it will show there as a directorship. Qualifications as well, we found as well qualifications. There were, if a person is in a position as an employee of the state, but did not possess required qualification, when we check with MIE, they don't correspond and they don't reply at all as positive. It will show there. We have also a lot of those cases. Vehicle ownership, if you pick up the vehicle, is being paid with the money that cannot be explained, how the money or deposit was made, how it was paid in a shorter period. A person can explain how the vehicle was once bought in cash as well, how the cash was raised. It will show there as a red flag. Also, this ownership as well, if we found a property, that the property is paid without explanation properly satisfactory on how the property was paid off within a shorter period or bought in cash, then it showed there as a red flag. Resignations, we have a lot of these ones as well. When we finalized the report, we found that people, they have resigned during the process. We can't question them any further, but we still have questions maybe under financial analysis, questions under directorship, questions under vehicles, questions under this ownership, but we can't trace it further because the person just resigned while we're starting to question. We have all those instances. It shows there as a high on the resignation as well. Okay, frequently asked questions, members, honorable members. Why bank statement is for 3 years? For us at SIU, we're saying that gathering information analysis for 12 months is not enough to give true reflection of lifestyle audit. Hence, we looking 3 years or more. If entity or department request assistance from us for lifestyle audit and then they are not prepared to pay or reimburse the employees for their 3-year bank statements, then first we ask them to put the budget aside so they can reimburse the employees. If until they put that in place, we cannot start because we don't compromise on our methodology to take a bank record of less than 3 years, because gathering information is good to gather all that information analysis for the longer period. Will our information be secured? Well, it's a frequent asked question by the auditors. Then yes, the documents are submitted electronically to a secured email or downloaded to the secured shared folder of the where only members that are assigned to the project at SIU have access to that folder or email to download those information or documents of the members. Hence, we've started this work. We have any leak. There's no leak of anyone individual's lifestyle as we report to the entities and departments. Who pays for the bank statement? As I said earlier on, the entity or department or SOE, they must set aside the budget to reimburse the employees, because for 3 years bank statements, if someone have not kept the records of those ones, they must go to the bank to withdraw those ones. So the department or entity must save for that. Then who sees the report? The report, as I indicated earlier on, as per agreed, if let's say the left authority is being requested by the minister, I will make our example by our department. We are doing Department of Justice with our department. The project is in the minister's office. This means the report here is agreed with the minister of our Minister of Justice. It will go direct to the minister, and then she is still going to decide if he is going to require all other lower levels. If he also wants to, it goes to her as well, it goes to her. But what we are doing with other entities, the report for the higher officer, accounting officer, it goes to the board if it's an entity. If it's a department, it goes to the minister. Then the below level from the DG and from the CEO or the director, it goes to those ones to implement the recommendations, chairs. Okay, I'm almost complete, chair and other members. Here, these are the projects we have completed at the moment. Our first project, very first one, it was in 2022 when the first one, when requested by Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, phase 1, which we did, all senior management, 60 officials with the first one. Then after we followed by PRASA, we completed PRASA for 68 executives and senior management, counting officer of the Premier. We have completed all HODs, CEOs, and entities to total to 19 officials. Housing Development Agency under Human Settlement, we have completed 37 officials. Free State Department of Human Settlement, 82 officials. Northern Cape Office of the Premier, 590 officials we have completed. We have to hand the report to the Premier now. We are waiting for the days to hand it. PRASA second phase, we have completed all senior managers and critical departments, which include SCM and those that are the buyers, also the infrastructure that are linked with the purchases and also with the customers, which is 10 employees. Also, that report also submitted to PRASA board and also PRASA CEO. Free State Department of Roads and Transport, 27 officials also completed, handed over the report. The Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, we have completed this one. We are about to hand the report and present to the scope of the Limpopo. Community Scheme Ombudsman Services, also this one completed. We are also about to hand the report to the board as well. Currently, what we are busy with is IPID for 300 officials, National Department of Public Works Infrastructure, 400 officials below the senior management level. National Housing Finance Corporation, 30 employees. Counting Office of the Premier are now on the second phase. We're doing all other departments now under Gauteng, under the Office of the Premier for 510 officials. Independent Development Trust, 25 officials. Department of Justice, Social Development is our mother department, 178 officials. That is, as I indicated, this is the minister's project. Social Housing Regulatory Authority, 23 officials that we are busy with. Currently, staff complement that we have, we have a separate department now which is focusing on lifestyle audit. We're saying that we are strengthening, we want to strengthen our act. It is our act now so that we don't do this work under secondment agreement. We do it as part of our day-to-day work because as we are compelled to the proclamation. If it's not a proclamation, it's a secondment agreement. We have currently staff for lifestyle audit 45. Perspective, we want to grow to 50. We want to add additional 5. Then complete project as indicated on there are 10. Current in ongoing there are 6 as previous indicated. Upcoming that we are busy with signing agreements with the other departments and entities. They are also that are coming on board as well. There are 7 that will finalize the agreements before the end of this financial year. Then we start in the new financial year with those new entities and department as well. There is a lot of requests that are coming and inquiries. We are presenting almost every week different departments and entities. They request how we're conducting it to see if they can able to use us. They can go out for outside service providers. For us, we also open. It's either they go out to request either to bid outside, but for us, we don't bid. As we do it under secondment agreement, and we're not allowed to bid for work. We just go in as the secondment agreement and the request of that entity through the minister or through the DG or through the board of that entity or the CEO. On that, honorable chairs and honorable members, thank you very much. That is how we conduct.
Thank you very much to the SIU for that presentation. It is welcomed. And it is very important, you know, as this committee has a mandate to do oversight and legislate. These SIU lifestyle audits and the reports they generate will in future become an essential tool with which this committee can also assess what is happening inside of public service and administration. So we really do welcome the presentation, and when we deliberate later, I'm sure there's going to be lots of questions from the members as well. We look forward to it. But before, we're first going to do the comprehensive monitoring report on the implementation of guidelines of the lifestyle audits in the public service by the Department of Public Service and Administration, which is obviously very important and complementary to the work that is being done by the SIU. DPSA, I hand over to you. Acting DG.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, members, my colleagues and the head of SIU. Honorable Chair and members, I think now you will see in terms of how you have been directing the issue of collaborations. And you have listened to SIU presentation, how we collaborate with the DPSA. Yes, indeed, we have that collaboration. Now we're going to present the actual deliverables, what the guide that SIU keep referring to has achieved. If you listen to SIU, yes, indeed, currently, there were some shortcomings and challenges in terms of statute and amendment. The same with the DPSA. There are challenges and shortcomings, but we'll share with you members in terms of how we're going to address those issues in our processes in that regard. This is a decentralized work, if you've seen from the SI presentation. It's where that sits with different authorities. Now, as a DPSA, as the custodian of statutes and laws, you'll see how we begin to make interventions in that area of decentralized environment. And the thinking around to say, what can be done before proclamations are made by the president? Because to conduct this program of investigation and audit is quite expensive. So as a DPSA, we may want to impress upon departments to ensure that we have resources that we can, as we listen to them, second, or DPSA do the first work, and they will make reference to our colleagues in that regard. Lastly, Honorable Chair and members from my side, before I bring in Dr. Solomon to present, we are now initiating a very good progressive intervention between the DPSA, SIU, and SSA. Why SSA? I hope in future you may want to call SSA here. In terms of the law, the appointment of senior managers must go through the process of security clearance. We know. Now that process looks at the security risk of the state. We want to build now a capacity in that process that when one goes through the process of security clearance, lifestyle audit kicks in immediately. So that when the process gets finalized, in future, I mean that all senior managers, with no doubt, they should have gone security clearance verification. Secondly, the issue of lifestyle audit to address the issue of unexplained wealth, as my colleagues have presented. So those are discussion that the discussion with the head and the SSA, we're putting together a system that if it mature, we may want to come and share with you. And that will be a groundbreaking ground because there will be nobody in the capacity of state that have not gone through the process to address the issue of cost and delay. Thank you very much. Let me allow Solomon to do the issue of the report. Thank you very much, members.
Thank you, Acting DG. Honorable Chair, honorable members, Acting DG, Acting Head of SIU, Mr. Leketo, and Mr. Mukungu. Our brief is to give a quick presentation on the monitoring report that we also shared with you in terms of the period, and that will now be for the period from January 2024 to the end of last year, December 2025. So if we just recap the background to lifestyle audits, what you've heard this morning is the investigative approach. But this is an encompassing approach for all in South Africa. We're looking at one specific piece of cake, and that is the cake for the Minister of Public Service and Administration. So in that sense, we developed a guide that was adopted in 2021. So we were the first sector in South Africa to introduce lifestyle audits. And this is where we, in terms of the mandate that we have, the norms and standards that we can set, the issuing of regulations, we adopted this regulation or this guide to guide the process in the public service, and then with the idea to later implement it also in public administration. So it became only compulsory 2022. This is the 4th year. So a lot happened in this 4 years, and there's also a lot of things that we learned on how to improve the system. It's by far not perfect, but as you saw this morning, the work that the SIU is doing in terms of the guide is work that was started by the DPSA in terms of outlining how the process should be. Where there's a good complementary between us and the SIU is that they do not have a mandate to look at the disciplinary part. So when they pick up in their reports issues that must go for discipline, they report it to us. Then we will be in a position to follow up with the departments to say how far your discipline. Because sometimes you get, and Mr. Leketo can also respond at a later stage to that, you get that the departments see the recommendations of the SIU, but then they don't implement it. And it takes very long to get them then to start implementing that. So this whole process is decentralized, as the DG indicated, which makes it a process that is driven by the departments. So we play the role to provide implementation support. We're a technical assistance unit within the DPSA, where we try to train and assist the departments to implement the guide that we have developed. So the work, the intention of this guide, out and out, first and foremost, is to look at the low-hanging fruits, the conflicts of interest. If you fix the conflicts of interest, you build a culture of ethics. So that is where you will also heard the references when Mr. Mukungu spoke to the other remunerative work, gifts, all of those things. That is things that we brought in the sphere of the DPSA to the department so that we can also assess that to see what the culture looks like. But then the most important part is to see whether the employees are living within their financial means, that they can explain other resources or sources of income. Because we find a lot of times that there's streams of income that we saw now in the Madlanga Commission that can't be really defended. And then also to determine that the employees do not supplement their income or their lifestyles with the proceeds of crime. So if we move to the next slide, I just wanted to quickly, because we are a technical assistance unit, what support did we give to the departments? Now, I said that 2022 we started. So the first thing that we had to do as the Department of Public Service and Administration is to build a structure that can support the lifestyle audits. So from 22 to 23, we built the ethics officers to understand how do you do the reviews. The reason why we did that is we had an e-disclosure system where we can where we have to, in terms of regulations, disclose yearly your income. So we had that information. Now, when it's on the system, then the ethics officers must go and make sure that it's the truth. So they use the system to link into the deeds office. They link into the CIPC office for companies. They looked at all your disclosed gifts in the department, your other remunerative work, all of the information that's available. So they do a review. And if they then, in government, we know what is a person's salary. If you declare 10 houses and your salary is only 10,000 a month, there's something wrong. So then the review brings a red flag. So we tried in 2022 to 23 to work with the ethics officers. At that stage, what we found was that every year now, ethics officers were replaced so that you cannot go on with the lifestyle audit process. So we had to bring in a directive on the function and role of ethics officers, where we now say you must appoint the ethics officers. And if you can't appoint, then you must explain why they can't be appointed. So that the ethics officers has now the function of ethics management as a primary work. We also did guides for e-disclosures, guides on conflicts of interest, so that the departments can see what is the conflicts of interest that they are struggling with. So throughout the year, we did training, and 22 and 23, and all of the ethics officers attended this training. This training was also based on research that we've done with the World Bank, as well as with other international bodies. So I can also just indicate to Mr. Leketto that in terms of that asset declaration form, we're currently busy upgrading it, so that we're looking at the Bitcoins and all of those, but we were also engaged to pull further information. We're working with the World Bank in this sense to make sure that it's absolute first-class information that we do need for the lifestyle audits. So the second phase, and you will see now when I present the information, that the phase one is solid. You can see people are doing the reviews. The second phase is 24 to 25, where we were starting with the investigations. So then we found that there's an absolute lack of investigative capacity in South Africa, in the departments. We have a minimum information security standards that indicate departments must have that, but they don't. So, and that is why we get this inundated request to the SIU to do the investigations, because there's no capacity in the departments. So we try to mitigate that by looking at assisting or getting the SIU to assist from the beginning with the conducting, the guide on conducting lifestyle audits. But we're currently busy with to put norms and standards on the investigative process. You could see that the presentation of this morning, there's a number of steps to be followed. So we want, and we're working close with the SIU now to make sure that we put that in a standardized process for departments also to follow, so that we get that where departments do have the capacity to do it, that they can do the investigations themselves, so that we don't get smaller departments that really has no risk to knock on the doors of the SIU, deplete their funds, and there's no one that you catch at the end of the day. We really want the high-risk departments to be channeled to the SIU so that they can then do investigations on those, because it's costly. So from 25 to 26, we will now develop that training material for the investigators with the assistance of DPSA, FIC, SIU, and a number of role players to make sure that it's standardized. And then from 26 to 29, our minister has a mandate for also the public administration. That includes the municipalities. So we want to roll out the lifestyle audit process to the municipalities as well. But you can't just roll it out and think it will work. We're now in year 4 for the public service, and we still find that there's teething problems. So what we learned, the lessons that we learned, we can share with a municipality so that they don't make the same mistakes. But first of all, to have then ethics officers to be trained, to have reporting lines if people pick up that there's issues that they can report and be protected in the process, but also to look at the investigative processes and their legislation. And then also a system, like we have our e-disclosure system, a system that they can utilize. So the next 3 years, we want to concentrate on that, and then at the final year, come up with a regulation for all 3 spheres of government that will make sure that everyone then implements lifestyle audits in the same way. So we had a number of training sessions. You will see there at the last column, 2024, 2025, we had pilot sessions, and thereafter we had training sessions, and every time we improve and we change so that we get the best system. Because you want investigations to be done by the departments itself as well, but you don't want departments then to conceal things that should actually come out. So that is a tightrope that we have to walk. So the support mechanisms that we have is not only like I've indicated the legislation changes, the directives, the guides, and so forth. It's also our e-disclosure system, which is a very powerful system, which links it to databases, and we centralize the cost for it, so that the DPSA pays around 2 million a year for deeds, but it's for everyone. It's not every department going and do their own deeds requests, and then it adds up to 49 departments times 2. So it's cost effective, it is streamlined, the ethics officers can go in, they can finalize that work and do the review. Then we have strengthened the reporting mechanisms, where we built a template for the departments with the inputs to say quarterly, you report to us on the progress that you've done. And then that reports will now from this year go to FOSAT, where our acting DG will present it at FOSAT, and the DGs will know how far they are implementing or not. So we also do then surveys to assess what is the need and what do they want in the departments, because we only have 3 people for lifestyle audits in the DPSA, for all of the lifestyle audits. You can't just go everywhere and do everything. You need to be very focused, analyze, see what is the gaps, what is the challenges, and then work in terms of that smarter. The training interventions, as I've indicated, we did a lot of work on lifestyle reviews that we consider to be successful. I'll continue when I get to that slides with that. And then the lifestyle investigations, which is now currently the big challenge that we have in terms of lifestyle investigations. So one of the issues or one of the remedies is to have a pool of investigators in government to assist where you know that there is a low-hanging fruit and departments who do not have serious risks. But the problem is it's so thinly spread, the skill, that you really, very few raise their hands to say we will also assist another department. So getting now to the report itself. So if we look at January to December 2024, the first year of lifestyle audits, we found that 88% of national and 88% of provincial departments performed lifestyle audits. So 7,856 SMS members were audited. A full lifestyle audit were conducted on them. So from that, 157 cases were referred. Now, it may be too little, we don't know, but it's what we got from what was referred. 5 from national departments, 5 from provincial departments, and 1 even from a government entity. 58 cases from national, 60 from provincial, 1 from a government entity. So what we found then is that in 34% of those cases, the departments are still investigating because they do not have investigative capacity. 22% of those cases, they said that we cannot do it. We either want to get the SIU to do it for us, and we saw the list of departments who did raise their hands. And then some of them say they will even get external other sources to do it for them. And less than 1% of the cases actually resulted in a sanction at the end of the day, which is not what we wanted. So if you then look at 2025, it is a different picture. 93% of departments, now up from 88% of national departments, and 89%, 1% more than the previous year from the provinces, performed lifestyle audits. From 7,800 people, 8,982 SMS members were completed. Full lifestyle audits conducted on them. 117 cases, less than the previous year. The first year we got the sense that everything that looks like a red flag, they try to investigate. So from the second year, it's more focused, where 5 came from national departments, 7 from provincial departments, 51 cases from national, 66 from provincial. So the figures now look different, where we only had less than 1% resulting in sanctions in 2024. In now, 2025, 44% of cases were finalized and sanctions were given. So it's already a massive jump with 43%. So 21% of the cases, the same almost like the previous year, said they will go to the SIU or they will give to other entities. And then 19% of the cases are still being investigated compared to 34 the previous year. So even the investigations internally started to improve a bit. So if you look at the non-SMS investigations, in 2024, and this is where a lot of work is being done, 58,123 lifestyle audits were completed. 758 of those cases were reported by 5 national, 12 provincial departments, 134 by national. National is always a bit less than the provincial, also because it's less departments, and then national departments 624. So of these cases, 15% they could not investigate. 50% of those SMS cases in 2024 were resolved, where we only had less than 1% of the SMS. But the SMS came in April. So by the time that they started to investigate the non-SMS in July, they already got a sense of how to do it. And you could see that they focus, which is also a bit skewed, where you focus then on the juniors and not on the seniors. But the departments at least focused, and 50% of the cases were then being finalized. So if you look at 2025, from 58,000, now 160,000 lifestyle audits were completed. And it's because we have a system where the first year you only do the SMS and then the high-ranking officials. The second year you include everyone, which is your supply chain management, your ethics officers, your finance officers, and all of that. So that's why there's also the spike in the number of cases. Almost 4,000 cases were then referred out of that total. 2 national, 5 provincial departments. 8 cases were for national departments and 3,947 from provincial departments. And because it's only from last year, July, they're still busy with the investigations, and they will send us then the follow-up reports so that we can work with the information. So from the statistics and what I've shared, it's clear that we have 2 challenges. The one is the lack of investigations. Although there is a buy-in, departments are starting to look at getting investigations to do the lifestyle investigations, we still find a lack of capability. For that, We're looking at the pool of investigators in the short term because it will not be a long-term solution. But we're also looking at contracting people within the DPSA to do the lifestyle audits then for those departments that really struggle. And for that, we need budgeting to make sure that we then have a sufficient pool. But that we will utilize for the low-risk departments. Then lots of training and guides like we've indicated. And then we've started with the MOU with the SIU, where we will share knowledge, we will share a capacity, but also, like Mr. Leketo said, the best way to do the referrals is to request for a proclamation. And then under our minister, where we find that there's regular, repeated non-compliance, to list those departments and to then request for proclamation on those to be done, so that because those departments that usually come and raise their hands for investigations are the clean ones. If you, by 3 years, you did not do any investigation, then one wonders why. Then also, like I've indicated in the beginning, the coordination of the role players. We only look at the one piece of cake, public servants and public administration. But the lifestyle audit process spreads across, and it's a powerful tool for the whole of South Africa. So the next month, the new financial year, we're going to have a session where we invite the SIU, the NPA, the DPCI, vetting, SSA, all of them, to say, in this process, where do you fit? How can we assist one another? Where's our strengths? So that we can also share from one another, that when they go into the private sector and do lifestyle audits or so, then they can also learn from the process that we have started. The second challenge that we have identified is that of slow reporting. So what we've done is to, and we saw now that it increased from 23 to 24 because we have a template. But what we're now doing is the template is signed off by the head of the department. So if the head of the department are found to be non-compliant, then we will escalate that. So last year already, in March, our acting DG sent letters to the departments who did not comply. That was followed up by letters from our minister to those departments to say that you did not comply. And now there will be a request then to take the necessary action in terms of the disciplinary code procedures for the departments who did not comply. So the DPSA also managed, we employed a resource last year to assist with the lifestyle audit process. And like I've indicated, we will regularly now also give to FOSAT progress reports on the lifestyle audits. And the DG is also making follow-ups with the DGs of the different provinces to see what is the challenges that they do experience. So the slide that's currently with you is those departments that now for the last 3 years did not adhere to any compliance. And that is where we will now take drastic action. And as Mr. Leketo said, that even considering a proclamation would be a good idea. We have one national department, the military veterans. The IPID, and you saw it on the slide this morning, they indicated that SIU is busy with their investigations, so they will share with us that report as well. The provincial departments, currently is the 7, Gauteng, Agricultural and Rural Development, Roads and Transports, Mpumalanga, Human Settlement, Northwest, Human Settlements, Office of the Premier and Social Development, and the Northern Cape, Transport, Safety and Liaison. So these are the departments that we will take the necessary steps to make sure that action is taken against non-compliance. So to finish the presentation, there's 2 slides left. If we look at what can we learn from this past 4 years or 3 years, going into the 4th year. The first thing is that bringing lifestyle audits into the fold of the public administration had a serious impact on culture. For the first time, we hear about lifestyle audits in the Madlanga commissions, the DG speaking, the SOE speaking, and so. That was not there before 2022. So we affected the culture, the mindset, and I think we're now in a better position where if we request for lifestyle audits, people are more accepting towards it. And they also find that it is effective. So where we had 61 departments in 2023 complying, we now stand at 91%. It's not also, only for South Africa that we are changing culture. The rest of Africa is also looking at us. We have Botswana, we have Kenya, we have Malawi coming knocking at the doors of the DPSA to say, how do you do the lifestyle audits? How can we learn from you? So in that sense, I think it was a positive change. And then, of course, the other one we had last year, a survey done independently by the Ethics Institute, and they found that 89% of public servants said that they will willingly undergo lifestyle audits, and they feel that it is a powerful tool. And that also shows the culture change when we started, where there was serious resistance, to now where people embracing the lifestyle audits. So the other findings was on investigations, where less of 50% of cases are being investigated. It is a challenge, where in 2025 we had 44% of SMS, that was the highest, and in 2024, 50% resolution for non-SMS. What is concerning, what we've picked up, is that 39 SMS and 54 non-SMS were told to, the departments said to us, they suspect them of having unexpected income, but they don't investigate it. So that we flagged, we are taking action and see how we can then address that if we have the capacity for investigations to assist with that. The other one was concerning where departments cease all investigations the moment that the year person is going on pension, or the person resign, or when the person leave for another job. And that leaves a gap in the whole lifestyle audit process, where we need to, so that this can be addressed. But also with the central register that we have, we're in the process to adopt. If there's an issue with your lifestyle audit and they found that there's a sanction, you will also go onto the list, and that will, even if you resign before. The findings around the sanctions was that the most contraventions is the easy ones. It's the conflicts of interest, the other remunerative work, conducting business with the state, incomplete information, all of this. But this, as I've said in the beginning, it also helps building the culture of doing the right thing. So we found that the sanctions ranged from verbal warnings, written warnings, suspension without pay, referrals for disciplinary steps, and then one dismissal was also reported, and that is at the GPF, and the employee took it on appeal. So we will also follow and see the process, because one of the things that we really want is to be legally challenged, so that we can also get legal clarity on some of the issues, so that everyone is on the same page. Then departments are doing also a lot to address incompleteness. So going forward, we will continue to monitor the implementation. We will continue to provide training, to develop guides, to give technical assistance. We've added this as one of our APPs, but also in the medium-term development plan. And the DPSA will coordinate, as I've said, the lifestyle audits for the high-risk areas, and we will adopt regulations by 2029 under PALMA for all three spheres of government. So the investigations in the short term, as I said, we will look at the pool, But in the long term, we're exploring contracts for investigations, but also engaging the SIU for MOU. And we're also looking at the possibility to get CARA funding to fund the investigations, because it takes around 30,000 to 35,000 for one lifestyle audit to be conducted. So if you do 200, it's 6 million. If you do 7,000, it's 240 million. It's a lot of money. The sanctions, the non-compliance letters, the minister gave us direction that we must come down hard on non-compliance, where we escalate it even to the president at a stage where we find that then that there's no action taken for the non-compliance. And we also involved our discipline management to standardize the process. So, members, I thank you. That is the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. Indeed, DPSA, I think it is quite clear that the process of developing these lifestyle audits, the consequent management of them, is an ongoing process at the moment. You know, it seems from as you illustrated through the years that there is progress and that the outcomes are improving, but it's also fair to say we are still a way away from achieving full and comprehensive and quick and efficient lifestyle audits. But it's a process, it's a journey. We certainly note the progress, and also the presentation is very much welcome. Thank you very much. I'm sure members will have lots of interesting questions on what we've seen today. Members, with that, we move to point number 4, the deliberations, where members will have an opportunity to ask questions. I think we will move. I think all members will probably have a question, so if you don't, you can just say that you've been covered. But Honourable Kaba, I think I will start with you, and we do this block, then that block, and then lastly those members, so that everybody has an opportunity. I will try and ask members to limit their window of opportunity to 5 minutes as far as possible, so that we actually will then have some extra time at the end for follow-up questions after we've heard the replies from both the SIU and the DPSA. With that, Honourable Kaba, you've got the floor. Please proceed with your questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honourable Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Is it okay? Oh, okay. Thank you very much, Honourable Chairperson. Let me welcome all the presentation has been presented before us. Chair, I'll start with the SIU. Acting Director of the SIU. My question to you, is the SIU independently? Or maybe the SIU, for them to investigate, they are seeking permission for someone else so that they can investigate someone. I'm asking this chair because there was the issue of PPE in other provinces. But that issue of PPE, it was not coming clearly what the SIU are saying in this PPE corruption. That is why I'm asking, are you independent? Or maybe you're seeking permission for someone to give you permission, yeah, you can investigate or so and so, you can not investigate so and so. Is what I'm asking, because that case is before you. I won't tell you which province, you know. Chairperson, let me move from the SIU. Let me come to the department. Chair, Department of Public Service and Administration, DPSA, what are the shortcomings significantly weakening the effectiveness of lifestyle audit as a tool for promoting accountability and combating corruption in the department, in the public service? Could the department establish and appoint an independent ethics advisory council to advise minister on anti-corruption measures, which include the conducting of lifestyle audit? What has the department learned from the Special Investigation Unit presentation? Will the department strengthen loopholes on lifestyle audit guideline as identified in the presentation? What are the current lifestyle audit guidelines are officials complete to submit bank statement and financial records as part of the scrutiny to analyze an employees' asset and determine whether the individuals is living beyond or within the legal means? Chair, as I conclude, having taken the report to Forum South African Director General, what is expected of accounting office and how does the Department of Public Service and Administration follow up on flags officials? In terms of the slide 6, who is investigating the 34% of cases involving the senior management service, and in which department or entity are these officials employed? I thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chair. Good morning to honorable members, the acting director for SIU, the acting DG, all government officials and the support staff. Chair, let me first raise my concern. We are being presented a critical report of government, but we don't have any political head. Whilst understanding that the minister is attending the cabinet, but you said the deputy minister is coming. The deputy minister has not yet arrived. I think we must take note of that, because whenever we are engaging on critical matters which affects our departments, we are doing oversight on them, and also which are of a public interest, they are nowhere to be found. I wonder, to whom are we doing the oversight? Because whatever decisions or recommendations we are taking, they are there to see the implementation of those recommendations. It gives me worries, sleepless nights on how we are being handled by our political heads of the departments. It's a concerning matter, Chair. Even if we are on a virtual platform, we receive this conduct, understanding that it's a cabinet day, but the deputy minister should be here as per apology. Be it that case, Chair, I would want to appreciate and welcome the report presented to us. But what is of a concern to me, Chair, whilst understanding and appreciating the progress which have been made, it's an issue that we start at a lower level. How far are we with the process for politicians? Where does it reside? The lifestyle audit. talking of the cabinet ministers, the members of parliament, the councillors, as the case may be. We don't talk about those. Are the communities or the recipients can appreciate the work we are doing if we don't do the lifestyle audit to ourselves? Even if there's a proclamation which involves politicians in any municipalities, you could hear that there's no report which is taken to public for the public to have confidence to their government. I'm worried, Chair, whilst I'm appreciating what is being presented to us. And also in the presentation, as much as the issue of senior management is being addressed, but the departments are focusing on lower level, which is an issue of a concern to me, Chair, because I think it must start at a senior level, then it goes down. Chair, we are observing the processes of the commissions established by the President and the ad hoc committee. It brings us concerned because the last week was a nightmare. It was a junior police official, but there's a lot. So you become conflicted of where to start now if there's that corruption at a lower level. But unfortunately, in the prioritized government departments, SAPS is not there. I don't know whether it's because on lifestyle audits, because the process now is to investigate whether there's criminal activities or breach of policies and laws within the establishment of police. But when you talk of the lifestyle audit, you cannot hear what is being done there, whilst it's a critical department. Whilst understanding that there's training of ethic officers, but what are the processes of appointing those people? Do you take anyone and you say you are an ethics officer without academic background? That you said appoint ethic officers. Anyone can be appointed because that person is having minimal work in a delegated to him and might be given. But because we have to balance the experience and the basic educational background of that directorate or activities in the post, appreciating the security clearance which will be linked with lifestyle audit, but checking the processes, acting DG, that the appointment processes takes a long time. Shortlisting is done, then the clearance part takes a long time. Then if you link it, why don't you, when you are starting the shortlisting processes, you also start, because that results in underspending in departments because they miss the 90-day period. They can take the 90 days, but the security clearance can take more than 90 days again. How do you align those processes within the department? Whilst understanding the SIU is short-staffed and there's a lot of work, but one is wondering, is there any way, I understand Chair, we're still engaging on the issue of insourcing and other things, but government departments are outsourcing this work with high cost, where an investigating of an individual in a private company can cost more than 3 million, which I believe it can be a salary of 2 people doing that work. Can't we review the process and at least even if we look at the retired investigators or that pool of people, for us to focus and say we can finish this work during this time. whilst appreciating the processes of the department, but the process of the regulation, which takes, to 2029, DG, the process regulation, welcome, Deputy Minister, I just talk about you and your coming and whatever, but 2029, we are at 2026 now. Does it mean when we are making regulations, we take 3 years?
Member, can you please conclude?
Okay,
Thank you.
it will be definitely beyond our term of office as it is. But we appreciate, but at least the timing for that needs to be done. Is there a way where there will be a toll-free and also whistleblowers protection, where whistleblowers can refer cases, but a concern is an issue of proclamation, which allows SIU, because SIU does not have a mandate, then there's proclamation, which takes a long time. I understand for Eastern Cape, it took more than 6 months for a proclamation, alleged proclamation, to be signed off from, or to be concurred with from the province, which I believe it delays the work of the SIU. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mtolo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me take this opportunity to greet Deputy Minister, honorable members, officials from the various departments and staff present. I would like to raise a few comments and questions, Chair. Let me start by appreciating the presentation from the SIU and public administration. It shows the seriousness of the work being done, especially around lifestyle audits and prevention of corruption. Chairperson, through you, can the SIU clearly outline the formal process it follows, then initiating investigation? We would like to understand the step-by-step procedure from the receipt of allegation to the commencement of a full investigation, including the criteria used to determine whether a matter warrants investigation. On the issue of powers, you have indicated that the SIU does not have the power to prosecute, arrest, or enforce disciplinary action, and that you really on departments to act on your findings. What happened in cases where department failed to act your recommendation? How to ensure accountability in those situations? Because we often see reports being produced, but no really consequences. Secondly, Chairperson, on lifestyle audit, you mentioned that currently you depend on officials to voluntarily submit documents like bank statement. How reliable is this process if officials can withhold information? Are we not creating a loophole where those involved in corruption can simply hide accounts? To Department of Public Service and Administration. However, Chair, I have a few concerns and questions. Firstly, many departments have done the audit, which is good, but very few cases has led to consequences. What is being done to make sure that these audits led to a real action and accountability? Secondly, some departments say they don't have the capacity to do investigations, and many cases are still not finalized. Lastly, Chair, what is being done to support these departments? When will this support be available? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Members, I just want to acknowledge that the Deputy Minister is with us. Deputy Minister, welcome to the meeting. Albert Kaba, would you mind just cheering for me for 5 minutes? I'm just going to take a quick body break. Would you mind be? You can just chair the meeting. We will just give Honourable Pulwani an opportunity, and then Honourable Langa after that, and then you can just follow the row. But I'll be quick. Honourable Pulwani, you can proceed so long.
Thank you very much. You give us 5 minutes today. Yes, I'm not sure whether we will do it. Honorable members, our DM, you are always in our side. You are always present. Thanks very much to come in the meeting. Our support staff, the representative from the SIU, and also our DTG office, the DPSA. Thanks for the good work you are done. Chair, let me join my colleague by welcoming the two presentations and also welcome the new member, Mme Mutolo. You are warmly welcome. Chair, it seems as if I repeat, but I don't repeat is a concern. I can't sleep. Because this is a concern from me. My colleague already touched it, but I want to touch this question. My question is on my interest is on the last slide on the SIU. The question is on the staff establishment, on the lifestyle audit and project. In the SIU, they say they are not allowing the secondment. But my question is the SIU have enough staff to do the good work? Because if the staff is not enough, you can't do the good work. This is a very sensitive work, so I think it needs enough staff. So if the staff is not enough, what is the challenge? Maybe we can assist if possible. I'm not sure. The second one, Chair, on the presentation, the SIU says the framework, the reports, and everything, they will go to the minister's office. So my question is, could the department establish or appoint the Independent Ethics Advisory Council so that they can advise the minister in the anti-corruption measures, which include the conducting the lifestyle audit, because the minister cannot deal with the reports and everything without the knowledge. That's my question. The other thing, Chair, will the department strengthen the loophole in the lifestyle audit and guideline as identified in the presentation? Maybe others are covered. Okay, the other thing, since the introduction of the lifestyle audit, how many officials have been suspended and arrested in the results of the process? Because we are speaking about the lifestyle audit and whatever. How many officials? The last one, Chair, others I'm covered. What is the role of the Public Service Commissioner in the value chain for the lifestyle audit? For now, Chair, let me stop there. I'll come again if possible, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Pulwani. I also wondered about the Public Service Commission's role in this. Honourable Langa, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to the DM, the acting DG, I think it's the acting director, if I'm not mistaken, of the SIU, honorable members. Apologies, I couldn't quite capture the gentleman, Mkungo, oh, Mr. Mkungo. Honorable members and our support staff within this room. Chair, hey, I'm worried. I'm worried. Maybe let me firstly welcome both presentations, But let me go straight to the department's presentation, where I am worried, Chair. The gentleman that was presenting, I couldn't quite capture his surname. I think there was premature accolades. The reason I'm saying that is because the numbers reflect something else. I know it's a work in progress, but I think the accolades are very much premature. You know, I had him allude a number of times on other countries as well, coming to ask South Africa, what are you doing? How are you doing it? But what do they see that we don't see? Because it's not reflecting on the presentation itself in terms of seeing really positive results and seeing the offenders taken to task. But having said that, Chair, my questions to the department will be, while the compliance has improved significantly, fewer than half of flagged cases are investigated. And what are the primary reasons for this disconnect between identification and investigation? And what immediate interventions will the department implement to ensure that all flagged cases are pursued to finality? Number two, the report notes that investigations are often terminated when officials resign, retire, or move departments. What systems are being developed to ensure continuity of investigations across departments? And will the department consider a government-wide integrity register to prevent implicated individuals from re-entering the public service unchecked? Number three, sanctions vary widely, with very few dismissals, despite serious contraventions like conflicts of interest and doing business with the state. How will the department standardize disciplinary outcomes to ensure consistency, fairness, and deterrence? And what role will the discipline management unit play in enforcing minimum consequence standards? The last one for the department, several departments failed to submit progress reports despite referrals. What consequence management measures are being applied to accounting officers and head of departments who fail to comply with reporting requirements? And how will the department strengthen enforcement beyond issuing non-compliance letters? And to the SIU presentation, it's more of clarity-seeking questions, Acting Director. The SIU indicates that lifestyle audits are not fully embedded in its legislative mandate and rely on secondment arrangements. How does SIU justify the continued reliance on an interim model, and what timelines exist for amending the SIU Act to formally institutionalize lifestyle audit as a core function, particularly in high-risk departments? The methodology acknowledges that access to bank statements depends largely on voluntary submissions and is costly, while recommending amendments to the FIC framework. What interim safeguards are in place to ensure the integrity and completeness of financial disclosures in the absence of direct access to financial intelligence? And how does the SIU mitigate the risk of concealment or underreporting by auditees? Number three, the SIU relies on multiple data resources, CIPC, SARS, DHA, INATIS, etc., within a broader anti-corruption ecosystem that is described as uncoordinated. What practical mechanisms are being implemented to improve real-time data integration and interagency coordination? And how will the SIU ensure that fragmentation within the anti-corruption architecture does not undermine the effectiveness of lifestyle audits? And the last one, Chair, the SIU notes that it identifies red flags and makes recommendations, but final decisions rest with the department. How does the SIU ensure that its findings translate into tangible consequence management? And is there a monitoring or enforcement mechanism to track whether the department acts on SIU recommendations within the defined time frames? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Langa. Honourable Space.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning. And thank you very much to our presenters, and also good morning to the Deputy Minister. As much as it's been already mentioned, Chair, I want to say, and you know that I'm on record where I wrote a letter to you as the Chairperson, extending an invitation to request the Minister to engage us, particularly the Committee on the Lifestyle Audits, shortly after that report was issued. And we had the red flags of certain officials, and thank you that you have responded, and yet we do not see the Minister. It was mentioned in the oral questions by my honourable colleague, but I'm sure she will speak for herself. And I wanted just to put that on record. I will immediately move over to my questions. Chair, the SIU mentioned the sector anti-corruption forums, which sounds like a fantastic initiative. But I want to ask a few questions on that particular sector investigating forums. And starting with it, I want to understand if the department can actually just maybe elaborate on us how these forums are or will be structured. And secondly, who are the people who will be participating in them, and how do the department foresee that there will actually be tangible or measurable impact in strengthening accountability across departments when it comes to corruption? Also, the SIU has indicated that the issuing of integrated data analytics to identify corruption patterns. I want to understand, and the department or the SIU to explain to us how these systems work in practice, and whether they actually allow the SIU to proactively to detect corruption risks before major financial losses. I think the issue around the integration of data from SARS and banks or other financial intelligence systems have been mentioned, so I will not go into that. In a particular case, which was mentioned in a research document by our researchers, the issue of DPSA Hospital was highlighted, and the irregular expenditure on the medical supplies increased dramatically from 315 million to 948 million rand over several years. To what extent could lifestyle audits, do you think, have detected these irregularities earlier and prevented the scale of losses that occurred? And also, have any officials been that are linked in the corrupt allegations at the Department of Health faced any criminal prosecution or disciplinary action to date? To the DPSA, I would just like to ask maybe, that's 3 questions. I want to understand if there's evidence that officials resign before disciplinary processes are concluded following the lifestyle audit findings, and that they and what processes exist to prevent them from simply being re-employed elsewhere within the public service. And maybe I've missed that, maybe you've indicated that, but how many officials have actually resigned and been dismissed or faced disciplinary hearings after the irregularities were detected through the lifestyle audits? Then, does the department, or do the department have direct access to third-party data sources, such as property registers and company records for companies and intellectual property commissions, or tax information from the South African Revenue Services? And then the issue around the capacity of forensic investigators were addressed or were by the department, so I'm not going to go into that. And then my last question, Chair, is what is the budget allocated nationally for the implementation of lifestyle audits across departments? Sorry, Chair, the last one was on the proclamation. I think it was by the SIU. You mentioned the proclamation to subpoena. I want to understand, in our role, oversight role as Parliament, what is it that you think we can do as the legislative arm to strengthen you in terms of getting that to be effective? Thank you very much.
Important question indeed. Honourable Kolisi, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good morning to you, Deputy Minister, and my colleagues and everyone in the room. I think, Chair, I'm not going to repeat it. My colleague, Honourable Dikana, did raise the issue and the concern that I think we can't overlook, and maybe we need to get guidance from also the Secretariat in terms of like what options do we have, because I don't think that I agree that we should just sit and accept that the minister will not attend our meetings in a manner that he's not attending. And I say that appreciating your presence, DM, honoring our meetings and prioritizing, to come to our meetings. We appreciate that, but I don't think I agree that we should just accept that the minister is not attending, the committee meetings. So I think we should play with the options and seek guidance in terms of like how we can handle that as a committee. Chair, I would like to start with the SIU. So the report states that the SIU Act needs to be amended, right, to include lifestyle audits as part of the SIU's mandate. It says it currently does not work. It says that, if I understand correctly, SIU, they say that currently they do their work through secondment, the secondment agreement. So can they explain what that means? What does it mean when you say, you do your work through a secondment agreement? Does this mean that you are conducting invasive lifestyle audits, looking into people's bank accounts and private finances without a clear legal authority from Parliament? I just need clarity on that, Chairperson, and because I need to understand whose authority are these audits being done then, if there is no clear, there's no clarity in terms of legality of it, like who gives authority and on which grounds is the SIU conducting these audits. And the report also complains that DPSA, the department's current guidelines don't allow them to demand bank statement, which is the problem. currently they are demanding bank statements from public service, to the public servants. If the DPSA guidelines say you don't need them, but the methodology, um, you know, the methodology says that they do. And I think that's how I understand it, Chair. So are they forcing the public servants to hand over these bank statements without a clear law saying that they can? Because we need to do things not outside the law. It's not like we don't want the lifestyle audits, but the law needs to be clear because, and also us as lawmakers, we need to know that everything that is being done is done within the law. So if you've got the department that says you don't need something, but then SIU is saying you need, our methodology says you need it, what law are they using there? I just need clarity on that. And they say, Chair, that they do look into the spouses. They do also look into the spouses' bank accounts. Bank statements. But this is optional. I don't know if it's the correct term that you used. But I want to ask that in reality, is it like that for real? Like when we say in real terms, is that also what is happening? They also mentioned that when they ask for these 3-year bank statements, there is money or reimbursement that the department pays. I don't know if I caught that correctly as well. So it's the department that pays, for these bank statements to be sourced. How much money has been spent on that? Isn't there another way? Why is there payments that is being done to source this type of information? Also, Chair, the presentation shows many completed lifestyle audits and work in progress projects, but says, the final reports go to accounting officer of the department. Of all the completed lifestyle audits, how many officials have been found to be living beyond their means? Because I don't think we caught that in the presentation. More importantly, how many of these were fired or arrested or, having the assets recovered? Because I don't understand, because if none of these happened, then I don't understand the point of all these expensive, because they've proven to be expensive, lifestyle audits. If there's no recovery, there's no accountability, nothing is done in the end. You're just conducting these lifestyle audits and nothing is done in the end. So I just want to know, has there been any, asset recovery, people losing their jobs and things like that. So the report also highlights a major problem. The ICU can investigate. SIU. Thank you, Deputy. Thank you, Deputy Minister. The SIU. The SIU can investigate and find red flags, but it cannot discipline or prosecute anyone. So it relies on the department to act, And we know that, the department, and I'm not even trying to be nasty about this one. They drag their feet when it comes to things like this, and you find out that there's nothing that happens. So I'm wondering if the SIU can make, the red flag reports available to the ones that they send to the accounting officers, if they can make the very same reports available to this committee. And I want to ask, let's say maybe in the past 2 years, can you tell us what actions have been taken against those officials, who are in that report? And if no action was taken, I would be interested to know, why is the SIU not taking those departments to court? The ones that are not doing anything about, the red flag reports. Why are they not taking them to court? Because again, it doesn't make sense to me that you have work that is conducted and nothing is done in the end. And also you're just saying we did our part. You know, it should matter that you did the work and you gave the report to accounting officers, and it should bother you when the accounting officers are not doing anything about it. Moving to DPSA chair. So DPSA say 13, is it 39 senior managers and 54 non-senior officials were flagged for living beyond their means. But they were never investigated. I don't know if I understood that correctly. So, what did those officials face? Like, who made that decision? What happened there? I just need clarity on that, because it doesn't make sense to me. And I think Honorable, one of my colleagues tried to ask this, but the report says, you know, the department stops, and I think we spoke about this at some point. The department stops investigations when an employee resigns or retires. And it doesn't make sense, because we do know that there's a loophole of them coming back, and then you find out that they work in other departments. So what is being done, you know, with that loophole? What is being done to close that loophole? Because we know that it exists. These people always like come back, you know, through other departments, and you find them in the system again. So what is being done to close that loophole? Because it's not like we can just sit and say, oh yeah, this happens, and then we sit back and we know that there's a loophole. So I'm interested to know what is being done to close that loophole. And lastly, Chair, only one dismissal was reported across the entire public service over the 2 years. It doesn't make sense to me. What is happening? What happened there? Why would you have only one dismissal over the past 2 years? 3 national departments and 8 provincial departments failed to submit progress reports. You know, which departments are these? And again, Chair, what is being done? How do you sit back and just say, "Hayi ke abafuna submit," and that you know flies? It can't be something that is acceptable. So I just want us to you know to pay attention to those details. Thank you very much, Chair. Maybe let me leave it there.
Thank you very much. Honorable Malinga.
Thank you, Chair. I think next time, Chair, I'm not going to sit at the back and be the last person. You can see that all of them, they've already chowed the meat. So it's only the soup now for me. But nevertheless, let me greet you, Chair, Secretary, the Deputy Minister, SIU, and the DPSA. I don't know, Chair, this thing of acting and acting, it irritates me now. I think we need to deal with it. The acting and acting doesn't assist us, because I believe that those people that are acting, some of them you can see that they came with a turnaround strategy in the departments. So I don't know why there's acting and acting. Deputy Minister, we are welcoming you. And the Chair, I think it must be noted. And if it's need our meeting alone, I will propose that as the committee. We can't have this situation where the minister is always not around and the deputy minister is always respecting this kind of sittings. I think we don't want to go to check the constitution in terms of section 92, what is it stating? And we don't want to take a resolution as a committee to summon the minister or report to the speaker. I think we need to discuss that as a committee so that we'll come with an amicable solution in this issue, in that item. But nevertheless, we are welcoming the report from SIU. But for me, Chair, it seems like SIU, they are doing their job very well, but they don't have teeth to bite. So if you've got the watchdog that is around your yard, but the dog can just bark, and don't bite, I think we've got a problem on that. But let us try to accommodate, Chair, in the light of findings that the SIU lifestyle audit revealing unexplained wealth and possible conflict of interest among public officials. What concrete discipline and criminal actions has been instituted against implicated individuals, and how many cases have been successfully referred to NPA for prosecution? Chair, I've got a lot of questions for SIU, but due to the time constraint, let me take these two only, because my colleague have already showered the entire meat in the pot. While the SIU continue to uncover corruption through lifestyle audit, what proactive system are being put in place within departments to prevent unethical conduct before it occur, rather than relying on post-factor investigation? Because, Chair, we believe that prevention is better than cure, rather than SIU becoming like fire extinguisher. In the interest of restoring public trust, okay, let me pause this question, but because the Deputy Minister is here, let me carry on with it. In the interest of restoring public trust, will the Minister commit to publishing a comprehensive list of outcomes from the 2024-2025 lifestyle audit conducted by the Special Investigating Unit, including names of department affected, nature of violations, and action taken? Let me go to the department, Chair. I'm trying to be conscious with time. Giving the continued report of slow discipline process across government departments, what decisive steps has the Public Administration Ethic, Integrity and Discipline Technical Assistant Unit taken to ensure that cases of misconduct are finalized within prescribed time frame, and how many cases have been resulted in dismissal in the year of 2024-2025 financial year? The second one is that in light of persistent corruption within the public sector, how effective has the unit been in supporting department to implement consequences management, and can the minister provide measurable outcome where the department's intervention direct led to successful discipline or criminal action? The last one, Chair, considering the scale of misconduct across department, does the Public Administration Ethic, Integrity and Discipline Technical Assistant Unit have adequate capacity and resources to effectively support all nation and provincial department? If not, what plans are in place to strengthen it operational capability? Let me stop there, Chair, because I still have 15 questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Langa, I see you've raised your hand. Would you like to raise something else?
Yes, thank you very much, Chair. Apologies, there's just one question I missed. I think it goes to both SIU and DPSA. If maybe they can clarify, or as in, where is NPA in this consequence management loop? This I'm asking because I'm aware that on the first step will be consequence management will be dealt within the department, and then after the report from the SIU and so forth, and then what happens from there? Where does the NPA feature then after that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honourable Kaba, did you raise your hand as well? Did I see correctly? And then Honourable Pulwane, I recognize you as well. Honourable Kaba.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to come back again. Chairperson, the Department of Public Service and Administration is championing the professionalization in all departments and all spheres in the governance. Chair, two generals in the ad hoc committee, Chairperson, General Mkhwanazi and General Khumalo, the boss of the intelligence in the country, says in the ad hoc committee, 80% of police in Gauteng are corrupt. Where is the professionalization in that department in Gauteng? And also, Chair, as a government, we have a clause called Batupili. Did this department have a Batupili principle in their sphere, in their department? It can't be in the 80% in the police that are corrupt. Are we still safe in Gauteng? I'm staying in Gauteng. Acting DG. Are we still safe as people who are staying in Gauteng? And also, Chair, I want to ask to the SIU that acting director of the SIU that is the SIU have enough experts to investigate if they talk about 3 years to gathering information, 3 years. In the 22, page 22, they are talking about 3 years to gathering the information and analyze for 12 months is not enough. Now, Chair, if they have enough experts, why they need those long term? Because in South Africa, we introduced the fourth industrial revolution, AI, which is very quicker to do things. As General Mkhwana said, even if you can retreat, you can delete everything in your computer or in your phone. Then they will be coming up with those information without fear or favor. Why the SIU need this time along? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honourable Pulwane.
Chair, only one question that I missed. I just want to check, Chair, is there any possibility for the SIU to brief this committee on the National Corruption Risk and Prevention Framework, which was expected to be finalized at the end of this month, 31st of March, this month? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, members, for all those inputs. I also just have quick questions which I want to put to both the SIU and the DPSA. Some of them have been partially covered. Nonetheless, I just want to put them on record. So the way I understand it is the SIU only do these lifestyle audits when they are asked by the specific department to do it. How close are we to making the SIU the full-time investigating agent assigned to all departments to do the annual audits? And is that even the goal? Is that something which is being pursued? I have full, I understand that it's expensive, and it was raised in the presentation. But if I just think of the opportunity to recoup corruption and stolen money, there should be there should, in my mind at least, be a financial case for actually having the SIU as the full-time implementation investigating arm of these lifestyle units, especially since they have illustrated that they are more than capable of doing it, and it fits into their mandate. So that's my one question. The other one is, at the moment, what happens to a department, or specifically even to just a public service official who refuses to take part in these lifestyle audits, who just says that they refuse to do it? So if, by example, a minister were to ask that a department submit themselves to the SIU, what happens if the DG themselves say, well, they refuse to implement these lifestyle audits? I'd like to just understand what that position is, or an individual themselves says, well, they refuse to take part in it. How does and then just to refer to the investigations which we saw are not yet complete. So we've seen that 23, 24, 25, there's been an improvement. But are we following up on those previous years? Is there pressure from the DPSA for those departments to finish those investigations which weren't completed in 23, 24, and obviously then at the end of 25 as well? Then I also and I did mention it, I wonder, how does the Public Service Commission fit into this picture? And should they not be also utilized as an independent body in the process of investigating these lifestyle audits and perhaps doing recommendations? I'm sure that they also have a place in the cycle. And then, as from a legislative point of view, I'm really interested to hear more on the SIU from the SIU on the amendment to the SIU Act, and to what extent do you view that to be a game changer? Especially considering the expansion on the scope of lifestyle audits, with things like looking for offshore accounts, international travel. You even mentioned cattle and assets which are, not necessarily on balance sheets. Just some scope into how you see the new SIU Act being more expanded and being more effective. And those are my questions. Before the DPSI and the SIU response, Deputy Minister, would you like to have an opportunity to address the committee, and then perhaps they can respond after that?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and members of the Portfolio Committee. I really want to apologize because I had another meeting. CPSI is delegated to me, and the acting DG is leaving. So there was a process of handing over, because this is her last few days remaining. So unfortunately coincided with the Portfolio Committee. Chair, let me also acknowledge Mr. Leonard Lekheto, the acting head, and Mr. Tulani Mkungo. I worked very closely with Bra Andy, and I think we'll go and work very closely with him, having seen that Mr. Advocate Mtibi is now the NDPP. Our acting DG and Dr. Solomons, let me also recognize you. I want us to take a slight different approach, but the committee will also guide in this regard. I think the team has shared with you that already we were working with SIU to have an MOU together. So that's the first thing. The second issue is that 2-3 weeks ago, we had a strategic planning session where we called departments and entities that matter to help us to work on issues of professionalization, to work on issues of disclosures and go beyond disclosure where SIU then comes in on lifestyle audit. The Public Service Commission was there and many other entities because we want to approach things differently, having looked at what the current state of affairs are in the public, especially around public service, having looked at what is unfolding in ad hoc committee and in Madlanga, but even beyond that, what Zondo Commission has picked up, what Premier Panyaza Lusufi has picked up when he did lifestyle audits. So I want us to take a step back as a department and the committee and then say, because if you look at how we are appearing, we are more fragmented. We are more in a silo kind of a situation. And that's why we're saying, let's start with an MOU with SIU, because as a department, we can only go to a certain level. And I want to give you an example. Disclosures. Every year, like members of parliament, public servants are required to declare. And disclosure is not lifestyle. You declare what you have, and that is within our competency as DPSA. Only when we start to see other things in your declaration, then we elevate you to a level that you now have to be taken for lifestyle. And we don't do that level, that's when the SIU and other entities kick in. So we need to get it right. Disclosures are a requirement by us. Where we see a red flag, we refer. And that's where we sort of part with public servants. Now there's a need from us this side as public service, because members of the portfolio committee don't see a government with different layers. They must see us seamless. So we must help you, and then from our side then say, how do we reorganize ourselves so that even when we deal with disclosures, we refer to lifestyle and other things kick in, people can see that it's government at work. And that is where we want to go as the department. And that's what we want to achieve. So it then says, the Minister of Public Service and Administration, the Minister of Justice, the Minister of Police have to collaborate and guide on how we work together seamlessly, including Treasury, by the way. Because one of the things I always say to our minister is that, you know, Minister, with what is unfolding, why don't we come in with SIU and everybody and then says, let's embark on looking at declaration lifestyle audit of all the people who are in supply chain. Start with police, go to correctional, go to what. But it has financial implication, by the way. But it also needs a lot of work. But we need to start to work and be seen to be doing something. Target one unit, whether it is supply chain in police, supply chain in correctional service, or supply chain anywhere else. We just do a sampling and then start to say, how then, having learned lessons from this, to build better. But that wants ministers to collaborate and ministers to work together. So it's one of the first steps that I think should work. The second issue is that amongst us, we must then start to say there are gaps in legislation. What are those areas? How do we address them? We have amended PAMA. We have amended Public Service Commission. What are the gaps in the SIU, in the NDPP, in the Police Act, and everywhere? How do we strengthen so that even when we start to identify this and build back South Africa and the public service, what are the areas that we think we need to improve on? So those are the things that I'm saying. I want you to look differently on this thing, but nothing stops you as a portfolio committee to go to the portfolio committee of justice and police on your own and then start to say, look, can we have Parliament looking at Madlanga Commission, but starting to say, where is the porosity in the public service as portfolio committee? And then start to play oversight in those areas, collaborating amongst yourselves as portfolio committees. So your collaboration that side will also strengthen how executive will have to work together to even close the gaps on areas that we think are a thorn on our flesh as South Africans. So I'm just saying, those are the things that I think we need to look into. And this is a project I had, by the way, with Andy Mutivi before he left for NDPP. So it means from here, from the side of the acting head, Mr. Leonard Lekhed, we'll have to come together and then say, how do we take the process forward? Because Andy is aligned and he will want us to work with him going forward in that regard. So I want us, and let's work like this, not tomorrow, because we've been going forward and backward. Even in cabinet, we were chased out as a department because they said disclosures is not lifestyle. And between ourselves with Minister Kubai, we were not synergizing. So we have to work together first, ourselves, and agree on a common cause. And then when we come here, we are clear on what we want to see and how we improve public service. So I think those are the things I wanted to bring to your attention. We will get organized, and then we'll then start to help deal with some of these things so that when we come to you, we're better equipped. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister, for that input. And from the committee side, I would just like to emphasize you raised the issue of legislative reform, which will need to happen to strengthen the SIU and the DPSA's role in the implementation of lifestyle audits. And as chairperson, I would just like to say that this committee stands ready to move as quickly as possible with those needed reforms so that we can get the legislative process rolling on them. So we also look forward to playing our role as legislators in strengthening the implementation of lifestyle audits.
Maybe, Chair, the last thing, it's the long outstanding disciplinary cases. You know, people being suspended for more than 1,000 days or for more than 2-3 years. Between ourselves and Public Service Commission, it's something that we'll also have to bring in and say, how do we then deal with some of these things? Because it's a cost on our side, including those who resign and go elsewhere because of that. Because there's a register that Minister now is working on. So you'll no longer resign from a municipality and go to a province and whatever, or move from one province to the other if you have a cloud hanging on your head. So we can still come back and take you through on how we think we'll be napping some of these things.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister. SIU and DPSA.
Honorable Chair and Honorable Member and Deputy Minister, in terms of the questions that came through, I think just to summarize one pertaining to how do we do the lifestyle audit, I think you touch on it where you try to explain that there are two processes that we follow at SIU. The first process is when we receive proclamation, we do have the powers. And there we don't ask for permission. We don't ask anybody for anything. We do our own investigation because there's a power. The other part is where we do through secondment. And secondment happen by where the department, for example, the Department of Public Service and Administration say, we want you to come and do a lifestyle audit in our department because we're supposed to do it, but we don't have resources. Give us the resources so that they can come and do it. And when we second people, I mean, it's a given that the people become part of that department. They are not using SIU powers because they are seconded to the department. So in that way, we are helping the department with capacity in order for them to conduct the lifestyle audit. They are not doing it as SIU, they are doing it as part of the department, meaning that there isn't any legislation from SIU that they are utilizing. That's why we come in to say, let's see how we can change that we can get the power so that SIU can able to do lifestyle audit, maybe without even a proclamation. That will circumvent that process. So I think that's generally in terms of that question. I think it came quite many a time. But the other question was, is SIU independent? Yes, it is independent. I will outline the process on how the matter get through to SIU. We develop matters. Allegation comes to SIU through anybody, whistleblower, department, or anybody else. Then as a result, we take that allegation, we develop it where we look whether does it fall within the mandate of SIU. If it fall within the mandate of SIU, then we prepare what we call motivation for proclamation. That motivation is the one that goes first to the Department of Justice, and thereafter it goes to the presidency. Then the presidency will issue what we call is a proclamation. That's the proclamation we're going to use in order for us to be able to investigate. I was trying to log in here. So once we start, we get the proclamation, we can investigate. And in that process of getting a proclamation, it's us that initiate the investigation. And we receive all the proclamation that we submitted to the presidency. There hasn't been any stage where it was declined that we are not giving you this proclamation. So this is it. That's why we're saying we are independent. And when we conduct the investigation, we do it on our own. When we come across criminality, we refer to NPA. We don't wait to report. And when there's anything that needs to be recovered, we recover. After we have finished all the investigation, that's when we write the report to the presidency to say, in terms of the proclamation that we have issued, this is the report outlining what is it that we have done. So what the presidency does, their role is to make sure that they monitor the implementation. That's when they write to the department to say, SIU has recommended this, have you disciplined the person? That kind of things. And we have even partnered with them in order to make sure that the recommendations are implemented, where they design a system where it can track all the referrals that they are implemented, and the department needs to feed back into the system so that there can be accountability. That's what we do in order to make sure that all our recommendations are implemented. And we have also partnered with Department of Public Service and Administration, where we are saying all the members that we recommend for disciplinary, let's submit to them so that they can put them in the system, so that this member, they can also follow up and ask the department that so and so was requested to be disciplined and what happened to it. And we also do it for those members who resign in the face of disciplinary. We still refer it so that we can have a record, so that if the person decide to come back, they can able to take action against them. So in terms of the independency, we are independent, we do our work, nobody's direct us on how to do our work, and we've got our own standard operating procedure where we do our work from finish until to end. So with regard to the lifestyle audit starting from lower and not at the higher end politician, remember we are saying we are doing this thing on behalf of the department. So we don't go to any department and say, we want to come and do a lifestyle audit in your department. It's the department that call us and say, come assist us so that we can do this thing. And as a result, they will have identified a problem to say it's an SEM or it's at what level. So we do it based on that level. But in most instances, they start from the top and say, I, as the DG, also I'm subjecting myself to this process, and also all my senior managers are also subjected. So that's how it's working, the chair. And I can indicate that on the issue of the SAPS, we are busy talking with the commissioner of SAPS so that we can go and do the lifestyle audit. It's just that this lifestyle audit issue, it's getting momentum, but some of the department are still resistant, where they challenging certain aspect. We've been engaging for quite a number of time regarding the SAPS, where the commissioner has agreed and he has also raised his hand and say, I'm prepared to undergo this thing. So it's a kind of engagement that we are engaging on. And on the issue whether we are short staffed or not, we've got enough resource. Our legislation allowed us to able to expand and contract, because in most instances, we don't know how many allegations are we going to get. As we get more allegation, we are able to source in people, and we do our investigation on a project base, whereby when we source people in, we are able to time them according to the time of the proclamation. When it's finished, we are able to let them go. So we are flexible. For now, there are many departments that say, come and do lifestyle audit, but they are not coming forth to say, here is it, do it. They're still tossing back and forth. And we can't recruit people to sit and hoping that people will come to do the lifestyle audit. So that's how we deal with it, the issue of the capacity. And the issue of proclamation taking long, we've got the MOU with the presidency and the Department of Justice, where we outline the process to say, in the value chain, SIU prepare motivation, and when you get to justice, this is what justice is supposed to do, and this is how long it's supposed to take. When it goes to presidency, this is how long they're supposed to take. So there is a MOU where it outlines the timeline on how long does it take for a proclamation to be issued. Of course, in some instances, we wouldn't expect the minister or the presidency to sit there and wait for proclamation because they have got other activity, but there's a constant engagement in order to make sure that the proclamation are forwarded. I think I've done with the staff. The issue. So I'm trying to summarize other matters. The reporting. I think we spoke about the reporting. That the reporting goes back to the department, and it's for the department to implement. And I think the recent one where we saw some consequences, the one for Gauteng where the premier suspended certain HOD where red flags were identified on them. So there is some outcome in terms of the investigation that we are doing. And on the issue of the forums, as to how do they work, the forums, we've got health sector anti-corruption forum, local government anti-corruption forum, and we've got border management and immigration anti-corruption forum. So it's quite a number of forums. What we do, we bring together civil society, we bring together religious leaders, we bring together the traditional leaders. All of us, we come together on a quarterly basis. We have a meeting where we discuss the issue of corruption, on how to prevent corruption, and what is it that we need to do in order to make sure that we speed up cases. Because what we have realized is that some of the people, they don't report corruption because they know that they report and nothing happened. So in that committee, we make sure that law enforcement is held accountable to say we have reported this matter, what happened to it. And in the meeting, we need to report back and say, this is what we are doing, this is how far the matter. In that way, you are encouraging people to come through so that they can able to report matters. And the issue of the data analytics, how do it work? It's one of the things that we recommend as one of the prevention aspect in terms of the framework, whereby we're saying there's a lot of data that is available for government. And if we can take data and able to do predictive model, we can able to identify some of the red flags and some of the things that can able to inform government to say, these are the risk exposures in terms of government, and this is how we can able to plug on those gaps, the risks that are being identified. So in the SIU, how do we deal with it? We investigate. After we investigate, we take our report and we give it to an analytics team where they go through the report and go through all the information. They are able to identify some of those systemic issues. And as a result, they refer those to the department to say, in terms of your risk exposure, these are the things that you need to have identified, and this is how you can able to close the gap, because we don't want to investigate and go back and investigate the same thing. So we want to try and make sure that we close everything that we have done it. And on the issue whether on the Tembisa Hospital, whether lifestyle audit will have identified those irregularity, definitely. Because what we have identified in Tembisa is that there were a lot of some of the officials who were living beyond their means. If we had implemented lifestyle audit, they could have been identified quite at an earlier stage, those officials. I mean, one official at the lower level with a bank account of more than 15 million. So I mean, that's how it is. And the recent presentation we did on Home Affairs, where one official at level 7, where they received close to 16 million in their account through selling some of the visas. So if we had this lifestyle audit implemented, we would have identified them, because some of them, they drive flashy car, some of them, they stay in big houses, where if they declare this, then we can able to identify and ask them, what is it? How did you get the money in order to do all those things? So lifestyle audit is very important, and it's assisting us. It's assisting us in terms of the investigation where we've got proclamation. And where we don't have a proclamation, we depend on what the official are sending to us. But there are some other means that we are able to do in terms of open source to able to identify whether indeed they are really truthful in terms of what they are giving to us, because some of them, they like posting. You know, we are able to see in the post that here is a new baby came in, a person showing a luxury car, and the next thing we are able to retrieve such information, and the next thing we say, how do you do it? Some of them, they channel the income through their family, and the next thing they are able to use it. But the issue is that once you have money, it's going to really haunt you, because it will want you to use it, and as a result you're not going to use your salary. And that's where now we can able to identify the red flag to say, for these 3 years, for this year, you were paying this, but suddenly it stopped. How did you continue to pay this thing? So that's where we come in to say there's another form of income that you do. And you can see that they pay for a year, and after 2 years, they don't pay, and now they started paying. Then we want to know what happened in between. Who was paying for this thing? So that's why we are able to identify some of this information through open source. So even if they don't declare all of it, we are able to find out some of them as to how are they doing it. The issue about how does NPA come into, where's the NPA in terms of the consequence management? Some of the outcome, we refer them to NPA, where they are able to take action against to start with the prosecution. And I think the honorable member also spoke about the issue of 3 years and 12 months and say, why do you take 3 years and 12 months? What do we mean was, we don't ask bank statement for 12 months. We ask bank statement for 3 years. It doesn't mean that we are the one who are taking 3 years. We ask bank statement for 3 years so that we can analyze and see the lifestyle audit. It doesn't mean we take 3 years. So we do have some of the system that we are able to fast track the investigation to make sure that we are able to finalize on time. And we are not forcing official to submit the bank statement. Remember, SIU is there on behalf of the department, and they are doing this on the instances of the department. So it's the department that is giving instruction to their members to say, you are all subjected to lifestyle audit, and this is what we require. Once the information has been collected, SIU take it and analyze it so that we can able to do it. So as to how can the committee assist us, there are some lot of recommendation for legislative change for the SIU. And also we know that the president appointed National Anti-Corruption, the NCOP, where they make some recommendation, particularly on the issue of the introduction of the OPI, that is Office of the Public Integrity, where it encompasses all these things to say, in order for us to be able to deal with this thing, there's an office that can deal with the prevention of corruption at a large scale. And I know that there's a process underway to make sure that that recommendation is implemented. And in the recommendation, they've recommended that SIU, because it has a base, we've got all the resources, we've got system and all those things, maybe that new office must be built within the SIU. So we are looking forward in order for that to be implemented so that we can able to deal with the issue of the corruption. I see you want to hold in your mic, Chair, but I think I've tried to summarize most of the matters. Thank you.
But Chair, sorry, Chair, just for one follow-up.
Honorable Club, we really are out of
One.
time, so you can be very quick.
One.
I'll allow.
SIU, I want to ask you about the charges. Did you do lifestyle of charges? Remember, we have a judge who has the allegations of 2 million bribe. Do you allow to do that in the judges and magistrate? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Remember, we do it based on request from the department concerned. So far, we have not been requested by the Chief Justice or any in order to do it. But at Justice, we are doing it because we've been requested. Thank you.
Yes, that's part of the current restriction, is that you have to be requested, seconded, or by proclamation to actually do this sort of investigative work. DPSA, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Thanks. I think DM covered a lot of issues, and my colleague, Mr. Lekgeto, in his response, I will only deal with those issues that I think they are not responded to. My response, I will start by the statement raised by Honorable Kilishi, which it underlines most of the work. She raised a constitutional question to say, what is the principle of the law in what we are doing? That question underlines what we are here for. She further talked about the parameters. Hence, I said, in my response, you'll see there are parameters, as Honorable Kilishi raised as a question. South Africa is a constitutional state. Your movement is bound with limitations. You may wish to do everything, but the law may not permit you. So, thanks very much. We'll start responding. I wanted to underline that, Honorable, so that when I respond on our limitations, it's not our wish, it's the parameters of the law. Thank you very much. There are 42 questions raised by our members for the DPSA, and I think DM covered almost half of them, by the way. I will start by the questions to say, what are the lessons learned between the two presentations? If you listen to both presentations, we've been working with the previous head. As soon as he got appointed, we met just to affirm what the deputy ministers indicated. There is a close collaboration because there are limitations on both of us. So let us collaborate and hand each other the baton. In the value chain, I even said the SSA is in the process of that value chain. So we're doing that. Honorable Tikana, how far are you with the process of politicians? Unfortunately, we are not. The president, in terms of the constitution, is the head of the state and head of the republic. Is the EA for the country. So politicians are outside the ambit of the public servants. So we are not. It's the president. That's the limitations. Honorable Tikana to say junior officials in Madanga raising this, found this, what I do in junior officials. If you look at the presentation, we've done all senior managers. Now we're moving to junior officials, including what DM is indicated at the segmentations, supply chain and finance. From there, we'll go look at HR. Don't underestimate the role that HR officials play. Some sell positions somewhere. So we must go there. So we'll segment the value chain of public service in our work. So we're doing that, Honorable Tikana. Now, the issue of why don't you start when the shortlisting started? No, we do. When you shortlist people, do what called high level of assessment. We do the under the water peripheries because that law says before I can interview you, at least we should have done the touch and feel of who you are. As soon as we move closer to the appointment, we go deeper. The time we give you an appointment letter, now we know what are the issues. So we may want to withdraw the appointment, we may want to do the whatever reasons, but at least we do that. Honorable members, on the discipline management, because some of the questions are on that issue, we may want to come to report to you only on the discipline management. The issue of referral cases and the role of the DPSA. Discipline management is decentralized. Myself as the DG of DPSA, I don't discipline 1.3 million public servants. But I set the rules for them, how discipline must go. If the rule get banned, this is why I come in, because I'm a custodian of the statute and the law. That's the role of the DPSA. This is where we come in. When we say discipline is 90 days, the moment it goes beyond 90 days, now they invoke me. I come in. What is the problem? What can be done? So this is what we can report to you in that regard. There's an issue raised on the, I think it's Honorable Space. She raised a fundamental question on the issue of capacity and budget. If you saw our presentation, you saw what SI presented, align. Yes, indeed. Dr. Solomon said currently there are 3 officials, but we cannot sit and lament. No. With those 3 officials, we're trying to expand the issue of the capacity. We can produce this report. SIU says, I don't have capacity, I work on a secondment, but they cannot sit and lament. So we want, assisted by the committee, to say, in terms of resources, financial, to address these issues, what more can we do? So indeed, for this financial year, we even say we need to increase the pool for investigators in that regard. Now the question was asked to say, why not police? Honorable members will recall that the president in the SONA addressed the issue of the police to say, all police must go through the process of lifestyle audit. As soon as he addressed that, we quickly met, brought in SSA to say, what is the way forward? Now we're joining. SSA will develop a tool to address the issue of the police. So, Honorable Kawa, we are safe. The issue of the police is serious under scrutiny, because now we must address the entire police force in that regard. Honorable Telisha, the issue of movement is not going to happen now. To say, all of you ask what is being done. DM said, Minister now is finalized what they call the central register, as the president pronounced in the SONA. That register required the 3 concurrents. 1 Minister of Finance, Minister of COCTA for municipalities, President of SALGA, for all the entire spheres of government, for local government. Concurrence has been received. Our minister is finalizing regulations. In a week or so, Chair will publish the proclamation on the Gazette. So there will be no longer movement of offender A to B. When offender A commits something, you get registered, and that becomes a flag wherever you go. So that matter, Honorable, has been taken care of. I want to respond to the issue of discipline, as I've indicated. The issue of NPA is answered. Now, the issue of Batupili, it came from Honorable Kaba to say, are they Batupili in police? There are 3 mechanisms that government-wide is running. Cabinet now has approved a strategy to deal with Batupili on 6-fold. 1, induction. 2, redress. 3, development. On development, we must engage the Ministry of Basic Education. You cannot learn Batupili when you start working. Batupili must be infused in the curriculum from the early learning curriculum development. So that when the kids aspire to become public servants, the time they acquire their degrees, they know what is public service on the conduct and ethics on Batupili. So interventions, honorable members, are taken care of. We're engaging DBE to amend their curriculum to ensure that Batupili get taught. Universities who engage DHEAD. Now Batupili is a discipline in many universities, currently as we speak. Concluding my response, honorable members, taking into account that most of the issues were raised and answered, I want to scan through one quick what was asked by Honorable Chair. What happened if there is a refusal. I said, what we do is governed by the law. My response is underline that. What happens if Department A to say, so and so, we want to take you through this process? There must be an empowering provision. Why? Because people have got their own rights. As you said, Chair, you can say, no. Members, I receive calls every day from DGs who their ministers are saying, I want to expose you to lifestyle audit. And the deal will quickly call me, hey, Mr. Vukela, I'm told I must do this. What can I do? I've done security clearance. If you listen to Madlanga, all those generals are saying, we've done security clearance. It's lifestyle audit. No. The two are different. I will say to the DGs, DG, the security clearance and lifestyle audit are not the same. You must expose yourself to lifestyle audit. So, security clearance is about the security and information of the country. They will request that bank statement, relatives, but what they do as a SSA is what type of person are you? Can you vomit the state information? Can you do the following? So this is what we do, and we clear to say you are safe. People celebrate and say, I've done lifestyle audit. So it's not. So members, lifestyle audit is a scary thing. Let me assure you, the moment we say we are coming to you, people run away. They resign. It's a scary thing. And let's appreciate that those who say, yes, I'm ready, go through me. Because we go deeper. So thank you very much. I think on that note, as DMA have raised that, those proposals, we are committed. I said to my colleague, even when you go to cabinet, we'll have this kind of joint presentation. We are one government. There are a lot we can share. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Acting DG. I just want to say that this has been a really important session. Honourable Member, I see your hand. You want to have a quick bite at the cherry. Please proceed.
Thanks, Chair. Before you conclude, I don't undermine your Chair, but I would request that to raise some few issues which I'll refer to the Deputy Minister and the Minister on the issue. Recommendations that, Chair, we have a meeting where we'll be able to invite the Minister, not a meeting coinciding with the Cabinet, if possible, in the schedule. We request where Minister will be available, even if it's later hours, but it be a physical meeting. Then we request them to come up with a package to deal with the DPSA issues. I'm very worried with the acting situation of the DG in the department. If they can bring us the report on where are the processes now in that particular meeting, because he have been acting for more than 8 months, if I'm not mistaken. More than a year, which I believe that they must account on that. But there are other issues which I think there are issues of concern from the department, which I would like them to appraise us of. The issue of James Chair, which is an outstanding matter in the previous meeting. The plan on the legislative reform, which was raised by the Deputy Minister. Then there are 3 other issues which I want to snake. The issue of housing allowance for the public servants, and the issue of danger allowance. Of course, the last one, the funding for the missing middle beneficiaries at NSFAS level. Those are the issues which I believe is the package which we must give. Then that day be allocated to DPSA only. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member. So, yes, indeed, I will issue an instruction or a request to the staff to invite the Minister at a time which he can indicate to us does not clash with a cabinet meeting. So it might be a Tuesday or a Friday morning session in one of the slots which will be allowed. And I will ask members, and please, this is me asking now, to please submit all of the questions which you would actually like to put to the Minister, all outstanding issues which you'd like clarity on, to the committee secretary. so that we can actually give it to him beforehand, so that he comes prepared. So I think, given what has transpired, and given how serious it is that we have unanswered questions from various members of this committee to the minister, we will give him an invite and a special request for a session that he is available as soon as possible, and it would really assist us as committee if you could please, in writing, send all your specific queries and questions that you feel is outstanding and you'd like to give to the minister, and we actually put out a special questions to the minister session for this committee, which I'm sure he will welcome, so that we can have a positive and a good engagement. Honourable Speaker, I did see your hand. Is there additional thought?
No, it's just a tiny clarity from my side, Chair. When the presenter responded to the Tembisa hospital matter, he said that they found that an official had in excess of 50 million rand in their bank account. I just wanted to understand which level was that, on which level within the structure or the department was that official, on which level. Thank you.
I'll allow. Please, if you can clarify.
I don't remember exact level, but it's at the lower level.
Yes, which
Chair.
I think really does drive home, Deputy Minister, I'll give you an opportunity now, drive home the golden goal which we must achieve, and that is that all levels of departments and public service members must be subjected to lifestyle audits. Deputy Minister?
Yeah, Chair, while I agree with the request of the committee, I think through your office, can it be formalized so that we prepare accordingly and come with the teams that are relevant, from GEMS to GEHS. Messi Middle will also need NSFAS to come with us. And it means from here we should brief Minister to socialize this thing with NSFAS. What was the last one? GEMS. Yeah, danger allowance. Yeah, those are the things. Yeah, but I think you can even ask for update and state of readiness from our side on insourcing. Remember, you are responsible. It's a private member's bill, but I don't think the minister and I have been formally engaging on what the committee has been engaging on.
Yes.
On insourcing. So, yeah, you will check the schedule whether we take all of them up front or chunk by chunk, so that we do justice to some of those things. But please communicate through your office, Chairperson.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. You echo 100% the intent of the invite. It's not to jump the minister or surprise him. It is to formally set out some important questions and follow-ups which the committee have, so that we can schedule a constructive time to engage on all of those different subjects. And that's why I trust the committee will in writing submit all of their different questions. Honourable Kilise?
Thank you very much. It's not a question. I just wanted to maybe suggest, if it's possible. I know it seems like we're dependent on the availability of the minister at this point, Chair, and it's a meeting that I wouldn't want to miss. So I wanted to maybe say, because I sit in another committee and it sits on Tuesdays and Friday, and then this one is Wednesday. So maybe if we can look at, I know it's a caucus day, but I think if we can look at at a Thursday, maybe, so that we can maybe all be available. I just wanted to.
Obviously, thank you very much, Honourable Kilise. Obviously, we will need to be guided by the House Chairperson, who will give us the scheduling, because we need to ask for permission first from the House Chairperson to go outside of our slots. So we will follow the process, and we will make sure that members and the Minister and the Deputy Minister all have adequate notice, and that it works for everybody. Members, I would just like to, in conclusion, then say that lifestyle audits are obviously a crucial tool to identify and stop corruption. I mean, that is what all of this is about. And although I acknowledge that the rollout of the lifestyle audits have improved, clearly we still have a lot of room for improvement. And the goal in my mind should be that the SIU are legislatively empowered to investigate and initiate lifestyle audits annually on all government departments without having to wait for an invite or a proclamation or a secondment from DPSA or the presidency or any specific department. Because that really is the only way that it will ensure that all departments are automatically and annually scrutinized by the SIU and corruption identified on a continuous basis annually the whole time. So I hope the committee will support me in calling on the minister to urgently move towards these required legislative reforms, because that's what we need. We need legislative reforms as a vital tool in the fight against corruption. I'm sure that the committee will support me in saying that we all stand ready to support and play our part in the required legislative and oversight process to strengthen the use of lifestyle audits, so that we all play our parts in stopping corruption in its tracks. With that, members, SIU, DPSA, Deputy Minister, and all staff members and members in the gallery, thank you for your attendance. We then come to a close.